Good morning, members and colleagues. Chairperson has just let me know she's trying to log in. I've just resent her the link and she'll be joining us shortly. Thank you.
Thanks, Kashifa.
Thanks.
Masiko?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Or you have already started welcoming the members?
No, Kashifa just informed us that you are trying to log on. That's the only thing. Nothing else has happened.
Oh, okay. I've been trying to log on, I don't know for how many minutes, until I was trying to call Nelly, and Nelly, if only I can be able voicemail, I then called Kashifa. I'm stuck here. What's going on? And then she sent me another one, Kashifa.
Oh, okay. No problem. Sure, we have not started anything.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Good morning, honorable members.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning, Chair.
Yeah, you're all welcome. My apologies because I was trying to log in, and I don't know what was happening. So, but
recording
now
in progress.
So you are all welcome. Let's start with our today's meeting. I received an apology from Deputy Minister that she won't be able to attend the meeting today because due to she's attending Cabinet Committee meeting. And I was informed in the morning by Honorable Masiko that Minister Nayo won't be available. She's flying to Russia today. So I don't know whether in the meeting she won't be available. Were you saying she won't be available in the meeting, Masiko?
No, Honorable Chair, there was no apology for the meeting. It was just for the session tomorrow that we were going to have. So she is leaving for Russia this evening. That was the only indication I received. As to the meeting's apology, I'm not too sure, Honorable Chairperson. Maybe the department will know. Thanks.
Okay. Ma'am Sengwa called me in the morning that her granddaughter got an accident. So now she, at 11, she'll be having another interview with I don't know whether it's another company, Yespa, because those are the people who helped her daughter and other people who were in that car. Because that car, when it got that accident, it got bent. So one person died in that accident, but her daughter survived and with another person. So the truck driver for SPA was the one who saved them, who was able to take them out of the car. So Uspake wants to have an interview with her today. So she might join the meeting late if she didn't join now, because her interview is at 11. Any other apology, Neliswa?
Yes, Chair. Thank you. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members and my colleagues from the department, NYDA. In addition to those that you have already indicated, Chair, I've received one apology, in fact, two from the NYDA. One is from Mr. Ndlela, who has a doctor's appointment he cannot join the meeting today. And also Miss Proctor requested to leave at 12 today because there's another meeting at work. Yeah, those are the apologies, Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Ndlela did send me his apology. My apologies for that. I think those are the only apologies we're having, honorable members. Can we get a mover and the second for the apologies? Honorable Masondo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members and the NYDA and other staff. I move the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you, honorable.
I move. No, sorry, Chair. I move that we adopt the apologies for today.
Okay. Sibusiso from the ministry.
No, Chair, he's not in.
DG?
She has just joined in. She is in.
DG, can we get whether Minister she will be able to attend the meeting or she won't?
I didn't get any report, but I would like to place an apology for her.
Okay.
Chairperson, can I come in on that? Usibusisa indicated that Minister will not be able to join the meeting today due to the conference, Chinese conference. Just she's attending, and I think she's a guest speaker there.
Okay. Hey, khona umuntu bengifuna ukumthethisa la endlini manje sekaphumile eish. Eish. Uyahleka DG. Okay, Nelly, let's get a second now. Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I wish to second Honorable Masondo on the adoption of the approval of the apology. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable Boni, she's attending a conference. I don't know whether she's in the meeting. I must not mix the days. Nelly?
Because she hasn't joined yet, Chairperson.
Eh?
She has not joined the meeting.
Yeah, she is attending a conference. Yeah, Pope Crow. She won't be able to attend today's meeting. She did indicate to us last week that she won't be available for today's meeting, if I'm not mistaken, Honorable Masiko. Am I representing her correct? Okay, Nelly, give us our agenda for today.
Today's agenda, Chair, is we are going to deliberate on the bill, the National Youth Development Agency Amendment Bill. And then thereafter, once we're done, the department is going to lead us on that one. And then once we're done, we'll
lead us on what? On which one?
On the deliberation, Chair. Deliberations. Remember, after we have received all the we have attended the public hearings and the responses. Now committee has to deliberate because remember there were changes and proposals that were made by the committee. So the department will have to lead the department, lead the committee in terms of showing all those amendments or changes that were made by the committee chair. And then so thereafter, then we'll consider the consider and adopt the motion of desirability to indicate whether we'll continue with the bill or not, and then consider also the report on the public inputs, Chair. That's today's agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Over to you, DG.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to the Chair and all the members of the committee. I will request Mr. Kanaga to do the presentation. Thank you, Chair, if it's okay with you.
Okay.
Thanks. Emmanuel?
Thank you very much, DG, and good morning to the Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. And good morning to the DG and to my colleagues in the department, and also to the collective leadership of the NYDA in the meeting, all protocol observed. I hope you can see my screen. Chair, so thank you. What we have done over the past few days was to again look at the bill and ensure that in line with the discussions that have taken place over the past couple of days and weeks, where we were reflecting on the public comments that were received, as well as the views of the Portfolio Committee and the decisions made, we then refined the bill, working with our colleague in the Chief State Law Advisor's Office to be in a position to can show to the Portfolio Committee how we have the working document that has evolved or developed from the discussions that we've had. So my intention is not to read through the entire bill clause by clause, but rather to zoom in to the areas where we have made amendments or additions. If that will please the committee, I will then continue with those particular sections that have been highlighted. Chair, under section 1, we have added a number of definitions to respond to the comments that to respond to the issues raised by the Portfolio Committee. So the bill makes mention of an agency charter. I think that is in section 10. So one of the members of the public had requested that we define what an agency charter is, and we have inserted that definition there as the very first definition under the section 1 of the bill. We've also done the same for the name department, right? Because the Portfolio Committee had requested that members, it was agreed that members who are appointed as ex officio members will be from the department. So we now explain what is it that we mean by department. We've also added a definition for ex officio, or what it means when we say an ex officio member of the committee. It wasn't there in the principal legislation, but we've added it here because we know that through the bill we are adding 2 additional ex officio members. We have also added a definition for the integrated youth development strategy for 2 reasons. Primarily because in the principal legislation, the definition was there, but it was referring to a section to say that integrated youth development strategy as referred to in section 3 So now that section has been rearranged, as we know. So we then thought it will be prudent to put a much more definite definition of what is it that we mean when we say integrated youth development strategy. That is under section 1, Chair. I will move to section 2. In the last meeting, the members of the portfolio committee agreed that the issue of the amendment of section 2 has to be effected to substitute what was referred to in the Principal Act, where it spoke about the NYDA being in Schedule 1, I think, of the bill, of the Act, I mean. So now in the bill, we speak about this particular resolution that has been made to say that the agency is a national public entity listed in Part A of Schedule 3 of the Public Finance Management Act of 1999. If I can continue, everything else remains the same here until we move to section 3 or subsection 3 there, which speaks about the functions of the agency.
Mr. Khanaf,
Yes, Chair.
go back to the section that talks about the agency being Schedule 3. Yeah, what is it, 1999 or 2008?
Oh, so the reference here, the reference is to the Public Finance Management Act, Chair, which is an act that was enacted in 1999. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. So I'll go back to the section where I was at, which we also discussed. I think on this one, there was a request from the members that some of the critical issues that were in the Principal Act must not be removed. And I think also the members acknowledged that the list that was there in the Principal Act referred to a lot of training, which would need to be revisited and streamlined. So we have done that through this version of the bill, starting primarily with this one of saying that the agency needs to contribute to youth policy development in the country. So you'll see it as number C. And then the other thing that we have retained is the reference to a database of unemployed youth. So the committee felt that this is something that needs to remain in the bill, but we are also saying that this has been expanded in a way to say it must not only be a database of unemployed youth, but also one that will speak to employment opportunities that exist.
Yeah.
So that the youth can be matched with those where it is possible.
Yeah.
So this is the amendment that has been made. Everything else remains as was in the bill that was tabled primarily previously in Parliament. But I think we wanted to mainly highlight these two, which are what the members wanted to see, but also the issue of retaining some of the functions that were there that are critical.
The one of career guidance.
So on the one of career guidance, Chair, our view is that since the bill primarily says that the agency can deliver any other service, and we know that with career guidance, it is primarily the role of the Department of Basic Education and to some extent higher education and training. Not putting it would not mean that the agency doesn't do it. It will just mean that they will do it, but in partnership with those particular departments that are responsible for it. So, but if you look at A, they still provide youth advisory services, which is broad enough to can include career guidance and any other information that will benefit young people in the long run. Check.
Just wait there. Ne? Honorable members, what are you saying regarding this? How they have captured to A?
Honorable Chair.
Masiko?
I'm not too sure whether you are referring the capturing of A in relation to career guidance, because for me, if you would say provide youth advisory and information services, it could be captured there, Honorable Chairperson, because there could be also a number of other programs relating to career guidance as well as advisory in terms of psychosocial programs, soft and hard skills that they would provide. So I think, Chair, it could be captured if you want to, or even accommodated in the provision of advisory and information services, because career guidance is an outreach program that relates to advisory and information sharing services. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Masiko. Honorable Sharif?
Chairperson, I'm fine.
Okay. Mam Sonti?
No, Chair, I'm covered. Thank you so much.
Okay. Uma Mhlengo kangenanga ngithi bengishilo. Babu Tembe? Oh, Mam Kaula kanti ukhona la bengakubonanga. Mam Kaula? State law advisors?
Morning, Chairperson. The issue of morning, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members. The issue of the career development, like the Honorable member had indicated, it would not be against any legal principles or encroaching on another department if the department phrases it so it's done in collaboration with the other departments. But ultimately, it's for the committee to decide at this stage. Thank you, Chairperson.
Lawyers from Parliament, legal person from Parliament.
Good morning, Chairperson. Mr. Isaac from Parliament. Chairperson, the issue of adding career development into this clause is one of a policy issue. It does not infringe on any legal matters, so it can be couched in a way that could be another addition to the NYDA. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I think the argument that we have as we had last week with the honorable members was that we want career guidance be captured according to how was captured in the Principal Act. So, because NYDA was also saying no, but when they are looking for funds in National Treasury, sometimes they struggle to get funds to run that project. So, and also they are told that it's the responsibility of the Department of Higher Education. But in our debate and discussion last week, we were saying no, it's important that they do it because, in fact, NYDA was one of the institutions that was implementing it more than basic the higher education department. So we want it to remain so that whether they do it in collaboration with Department of Higher Education or any other department is fine, but we want them to continue with it. So now what I was checking with all of you was that, do you think the way it's captured here, it's being accommodated? It's NYDA tomorrow will not come and say, portfolio committee, you can't hold us accountable for this one because it's done by the Department of Higher Education. That's the reason I'm asking honorable members and yourselves if you are satisfied the way it's captured. State law advisor, were you part of our discussion last week?
Yes, Chairperson. I was in the meeting last week. Chairperson, once again, when I speak of collaboration, and perhaps I should give a little bit of context to this, I have worked with the Department of Higher Education and Training for other matters. I understand that their career development unit works together with other entities.
Okay.
For, say, public education purposes, to go out and educate the youth on programs in universities and TVET colleges. And I'm not supposed to comment on operational matters and policy, but how they do it is any entity that would contact them and say, we need assistance with X, Y, and Z.
Okay.
When it comes to career development, then they assist by collaborating and holding workshops and those type of public education forums for development in youth. But they do have a specific dedicated unit. It's the career development unit under the university branch. That is why I've said that National Youth Development Agency, it is in the original act, and the act and the bill now provides for collaborations with other organs of state. And that's one avenue that can be followed to achieve this. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay.
Ngiphakamisile, Chair.
Ma'am Kaula.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, honorables, and nama presenters, nabo bonke abakhona. Hayi ngiyezwa, but khona mina ngifuna ukuthi-ke ngikusho la, Chair, engikucelayo. Ukuthi bengakushiyi ngemuva. Lokhu ukuthi sithe sifuna i-NYDA ibonakale nakumakhaya nakuma-rural areas ley'ndaweni zabantu abamnyama. Okunye bengifuna ukusho ngokugcina, seyiqalile ile nkinga yey'kole iy'ngane kuyimanje lapho bezithi zibhalisa khona ithathu, and kunohlelo olusha olukhona manje sekuthiwa abantu aba-apply online, kanti abantu abaningi kuyaziwa ukuthi abakwazi ukwenza lezo zinto, abanye abanawo ngisho amafoni. Ngifuna ukwazi ngempela ukuthi bazosiza kanjani kulezi ngane ezisuka ko-grade 7 eziya ko-grade 8 ngoba already seziney'nkinga manje kuthiwa iy'kole y'gcwele omama bayakhala. Ngiyacela i-NYDA isicacisele nje lapho, okunye hhayi ngihambisana nakho, but nje yilokhu engisafunayo. Izolo nje ade ngikhalelwa nale nto-ke yabamhlophe basenenkinga yokuthatha iy'ngane zabantu abamnyama ey'koleni la ko-Durban North. Izolo besilwa iy'nkinga ey'njalo. NYDA yini eningasiza ngani? Ngenelele. Ngiyabonga, Chair. Kungeni kube kusemthethweni ungabikho ingane engafundi ngenxa yokuthi isikole asithuli. Ngiyabonga.
NYDA. NYDA, what are you saying?
Apologies, Chair. I didn't have the translation service on. Could you just give us clarity on what's the question, and then I'll respond, Chair?
See, oh, you didn't hear what?
Chair. Uyaganga lo. Why bona bengafuni ukufunda ama-language ethu bazane lo nje uzalelwe khona nani wayengayazi language yethu.
And right, CEO, we're talking about how clause A is captured. Regarding provide youth advisory and information services, including information on the products and services of the agency. Are you satisfied the way it's captured? Remember, our argument was that you need to keep career guidance as is in the Principal Act. And your argument was to say, but why can't we move it? Can't we take it out and leave it with Department of Higher Education, because you were struggling with funds in this program? So how it's captured here, is it how are you satisfied the way it's captured? Because we were saying, if you are struggling with funds, you can work together with a Department of Higher Education in doing it. Remember, it must not be understood by us. It must also be understood by the next generation to come, and also by honorable members who will be deployed in this portfolio committee in the next term and in future. You know? So the argument that we are having now, it must not disadvantage other people who will be members of this portfolio committee in future, and also other young people will be board members in the NYDA, whether they are going to have the same understanding that we're having. Because if there's nothing that talks about career guidance here, anyone who comes to NYDA will not think of career guidance. Because how it's captured for me, the way I read it, a person will read it as is and not think of other things that were replaced in the Principal Act. Because it will mean this will be a new act now. So a person can't argue about things that are not written in black and white in the current act, in the current bill. So that's why I'm asking you, CEO, to comment on this one. And your board members, who else is your board members in the platform? Asanda. Let me ask Asanda first.
Yes, Chair. Yes, Chair. Good morning, Honorable Chair and the Honorable members. Apologies for my delay. I was struggling with my gadget and had to reboot it. Chairperson, I think the concern that you are raising could perhaps be covered if we look at the subsection or section 4, subsection D, that reads, the agency must, for purposes of subsection C and within its available resources, amongst others, support youth work, education and training. So my understanding would be that in as much as the issues of education is not our core mandate, but we rely and we support the work of our sister departments who do have this as their particular core mandate. And in this instance, then our support would be in the form of providing, a support role to either a Department of Basic or Higher Education insofar as the programs and the initiatives that they do already have in place, such as that of career guidance. So in my view, Honorable Chair, I think it would be sufficiently covered then in the subsection D that I've just highlighted. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay. Thank you very much, Asanda. At least this one, it does make sense to me. Because Kim, no, it's fine. We can pass.
Okay, can I make a comment?
Yeah.
Just in terms of what the state law advisor indicated, would it not be better if we wrote section, so it's section C, subsection 4, where it says the agency must, for purposes of subsection 3 and within its available resources. After that, so you'll say the agency must, for purposes of subsection 3 and within its available resources, in collaboration with the relevant government and social partners. That means whatever you do from item A right down to item F, you need to do it in collaboration with the relevant line department or even social partners in the private sector. It then gives you the mandate to do the work, but do it in collaboration with others, Chair. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, I think that also makes sense as CEO. Mr. Khanaka? Benis? Dr. Benis?
Thanks, Chairperson. Good morning. Good morning, honorable members, DG colleagues, NYDA colleagues. Chairperson, I think in principle, we agree that it is covered by the leading sentence and also by A. However, taking into account what the chairperson said earlier, I think the proposal is that we should highlight the issue of career guidance on the basis of emphasis or on the critical nature of the service that ought to be provided. Taking that into account, my proposal would be we can either highlight it to say just as a standalone clause, to say in collaboration with social partners, like what CEO has said, in collaboration with social partners, provide career guidance services. Alternatively, we can accommodate that under B, under A, and say provide youth advisory and information services, including information on products and services of the agency, as well as career guidance services. So I think we can just highlight it just as a matter of emphasis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Benis. Can then this part be reworked? And I think whilst you are busy, I think you can rework it like that and put it back again according to how now we have phrased it, so that at least it must be read correctly. The future generations and honorable members who will be part of this portfolio committee will have the right understanding on what does the act entails. Yabo? Ingabi understanding ye to pela manch, and then in future other honorable members won't and even understand what was the principal act when this was amended. This act was amended. Yabo? So let's write it correctly in a way that everybody, when he reads the new amended bill or act will understand. Because if something is not there, another person can argue, but it does not talk about 1, 2, 3. So we can work on, if you can work on it, Mr. Kanaka, and insert the rights. How we're agreeing now, so that at least it must be read correct. Honorable members, are you satisfied with that one?
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Mr. Kanaka, your colleagues.
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Yeah, we do have a team in the background which is effecting the changes on the document as we speak.
Okay.
It will be
All
made
right.
available.
Okay.
Yes, Chair.
Ngiyabonga ma. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Right. So there are no further amendments to Section 6 as it is in the bill. On Section 7, then, that is where there are some amendment. One of the members of the public who had made written submissions was saying that the reference to the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act was incorrect. And we want to thank our colleague from the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor, Ms. Naidu, for having assisted us in rephrasing that particular clause as it appears there now, Chair. It has been highlighted to show what the insertion is as regards to the IGR Act of 2005. Under Section 8, there are no further amendments. The next set of amendments then will then relate to Section 9 of the Act, the one that speaks to composition and appointment of the board, including the conditions of service. On this one, of course, the issue of 7 members with 2 being executive is not an addition. It is what is already in the principal amendment. So in the principal act, right? So, but we are just putting it in red so that the members can see that their decision on the issue of executive directors remains. What has been added then is the issue of the 2 members that are designated by the minister as ex officio members of the board from the department. And those are without voting rights. So this is the second edition, the edition that is here under Section 9 of the Act. And then
let's go back to A.
Yes, Chair.
7 members, 2 of whom are executive directors appointed by the President on the recommendation of the National Assembly. Is this how was it written in the Principal Act?
So in the Principal Act, the word that was used was Parliament. So this is an addition. The National Assembly is an amendment of the word Parliament from the Principal Act.
It's correct to say the Parliament, because when we do NYDA, we do it with in NCOP. So it's not National Assembly only. We do it with the NCOP. Unless we want to change that NCOP must not be involved. But how it was done, both houses were forming part of the panel.
Okay.
Yeah. If you look,
you want? Oh, sorry, Chair, over to you.
Yeah, I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem, but I don't have a problem of us having a subcommittee that will constitute both houses. So I think maybe let's put it back so that we might not be seen as if it's us who wants to take over now as NA and not include NCOP. Because there are other entities or other entities that Parliament do them with the NCOP. So maybe let's leave it like that as a Parliament, so that tomorrow must not be accused.
Okay, Chair. I think that is noted. What it will in essence mean is that this clause will not change. It will not appear in the bill actually, because it will mean that nothing is changing under subsection A. And then further amendments are in section 4, subsection section 7.
Mr. Kanako.
Yes, Chair.
The two executive directors, were you referring to the chair and the deputy chair?
That is correct. So as I continue, you will see that obviously we need to rework the entire section, because when the bill was still speaking about the non-executive directors, it had necessitated that the reference to chair and deputy chair be moved, right? So you'll see now on the section that I've highlighted that the clause here was speaking now to say that the president must then choose or designate one member as chairperson and another one as deputy chairperson. But of course, on the current version of the bill that we had, it was saying that non-executive. So that the reason why there's a strike through on that clause is that the non-executive nature of those two positions has been done away with. So we just need to rework
it. Yes,
of course.
And
but already we know.
So it must be captured the way it was, the chairperson and the deputy chairperson. I think this one must be reworked and put it back so that we are specific that those are the chairperson and the deputy chairperson. So that it must not be like directors, administrative directors, you know, so that there must be clear in terms of the separation of powers, who is doing administrative work, and then who is doing, who is responsible for governance and corporate governance. It's these ones, so that they must not. We don't find the chairperson or the deputy chairperson wanting to sit in some panels of appointing assistant directors or deputy directors. No, must not be like that. The line, there must be clear separation of responsibilities of the two. So can your team also work on that one?
Yes, Chair. I see
All
there's
right.
a hand.
Dr. Penis?
Thanks, Chairperson. I think we will also get advice from both the State Law Advisor as well as the NYDA. In the Principal Act, Section 9, 1A, it says the board consists of 7 members, 2 of whom are executive directors. So from what the chairperson is saying, are you saying that, is the chairperson saying that we shouldn't use the word directors? Or is it fine if we use that? And then it goes further to say under 5A that the president must designate one of the members as the chairperson and another member as the deputy chairperson, and both are executive directors referred in subsection 1.
Yes, Dr. Penis, this one, the last one that you are reading, is the right one.
Okay.
If you are going to separate, we are not operational.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Chairperson. Then it will mean that these 2 clauses, 9(1)(a) and 5A, will not appear in the Amendment Act because we are just going to retain the clauses as they currently are in the Principal Act.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Dr. Penis. Any other input? Somebody is advising me here. Dr. Tembe is advising me that maybe let's reconsider that issue that we were discussing, Dr. Penis, honorable members, regarding appointments, some board members, to say, based on experience, yes, parliament, in terms of appointment of statutory appointments, sometimes there is a delay when both houses are involved. And it takes time for NSOP to do some of the things. So maybe it's better if we leave it with the NA only.
Chairperson.
But I don't want to take a decision alone, honorable members. Let me hear your views. Masiko, Sheriff, Mam Kaula. Masiko?
Chair, thank you. I would tend to agree with Dr. Tembe on that one. But I think if best practice, Chairperson is a good teacher, we must learn from it. I don't see a problem with the current way in which we are doing it. And in fact, it on its own, Chairperson, even with us, you know that before we would request the president to expedite the process because some of the board members whose term of office were coming to an end. So I would agree, Chairperson, with that one, but also how are others, Chapter 9 institutions and other institutions appointed? I think they don't really have to go to the NCOP. It would, if for us, it would expedite the process for it to move directly from the NA to the desk of the president, then I would support that. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay, Honorable Sheriff.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I've been covered by Honorable Masiko.
Okay, thank you very much. Ma'am Kaula. Ma'am Sonti. Mam Kaula? Sonti? Angazor abeso. Marmam Kaula ngiyambona la. Marumute ngambona Mam Sonti. Okay. I will ask them after. So, Dr. Penis and Mr. Khanach, based on the advice that Dr. Tembe, we will then go back to the one you were proposing, that it should be the responsibility of National Assembly.
That is well noted, Chair.
Okay.
Yeah, with your permission, I will continue.
Okay.
So maybe just for process sake, there are no further changes to the rest of section 9.
There will be changes.
No, I'm saying in addition.
No, let me ask Dr. Tembe first and the state law advisors. You know, when you go down, Mr. Khanach, yeah, pants, kupula le document yaku pants. Okay. It will mean where it says parliament. Now I'm thinking, when we say parliament, you mean both houses. So it means it changes for parliament and say National Assembly. Dr. Tembe, I'm thinking about this now, that it will mean where it talks about parliament, it will change to National Assembly, or because when you say parliament, we are talking about two houses. Can you assist me on that one?
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. On this one, first, on the issue when we speak about the National Assembly, if we speak of Parliament, we're speaking about both houses, which is the National Assembly and the NCOP. But if we speak of the National Assembly, then we're speaking about the institution or the house which is headed by the Speaker. So then the NCOP is headed by the chair of the NCOP. Then on the main issue, which perhaps I had been tacitly advancing with you on the proposition that it should be done by the National Assembly. Our office, which is in the Speaker's office, is on institution supporting democracy. We deal with this institution, the Public Protector, CGE, Auditor General, CRL, FFC, Public Service Commission. All these institutions, including the NYDA, except with the exception of the NYDA, all the statutory appointments in these institutions are done by the National Assembly, with the exception of the NYDA. Secondly, the other administrative and political issues there when you initiate the the vacancies in the NYDA. From the experience, I think in 2016, the then minister in the presidency was Mr. Jeff Harden. After there has been an approval by the National Assembly, there was no concurrence actually to initiate the vacancies from the NCOP. So the process had to start afresh. Secondly, the latest one being in 2020 or 2021. So on that one, I think there was an issue, a delay in the tabling in the NCOP, yet it had been timeously or promptly tabled in the NA. So hence, if you look from this experience, these gaps actually create a cumbersome processes for administrative and political. Those are the issues that we have faced, but it's a decision of the committee. I was just alerting you to some of the headlines that happened around these vacancies of the NYDA, because I believe this bill it's a section 76 bill, unless it's section 75. If it's 75, then that will warrant that the NCOP be included. Be the case as it may be, despite all the
section 75.
Okay, if it's a section 75, then the powers are vested with this committee actually to do the amendment accordingly. Then eventually it will go, once it passes the NA, it will also go to the NCOP. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah. Okay. No, thanks, Dr. Tem. I hope that honorable members and yourselves, you got clarity. I agree. Emmanuel.
Yes, Chair, we are following the discussion. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, let's move to the next one.
So the next one speaks to the recruitment of the board members themselves. We have just made a slight insertion there. This word broadly, as a way to ensure that those who read the clause understand that the appointment of the board has to consider broadly all the demographics of the Republic, from a gender perspective, from a disability perspective as well. So, as well as from a race perspective. So this word is also one of the input comes also from some of the public comments that we received to say that we need to speak about this term broadly in a way that will sort of ensure that the appointment of the board considers all the different demographics of the Republic of South Africa. Chairperson?
Yeah, I think we agreed on this one. That so you don't want to be specify in the act, but at least it will broadly reflect the demographics and geographical spread of the Republic. I think for me, this one, I don't have a problem with it, unless other members have got a problem with it. Can I get hands from honorable members? Opperman?
I have no questions on this, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Carol.
Yeah, my apologies. Morning to yourself and morning to members. I'm struggling. It's raining this side of the far north, but I'm fine. I'm struggling. 2 minutes I'm in, 2 minutes I'm out. Bear with me. I hope my apologies are accepted. Thank you,
Okay.
Chair.
All right. Masondo?
Yes, Chair, I don't have a problem.
Okay. Msonti? Mam Kaula?
No problems, Chair. Thanks very much.
All right. All right, Emmanuel. At least we have dwell on this one, and we had same understanding that demographics broadly reflect the demographics. We know, all of us now, would race, gender, disability, LGBTQIA+, everybody else is covered here. So we're fine with it. Let's go to the next one. Must be a South African citizen. And the age is 18 to 35 years. We're fine with this one.
That's correct, yeah. Yeah, I just highlighted just for purposes of noting, because there was
have
also a lot of
relevant
discussion around it.
qualifications, knowledge, expertise, or experience in the field of youth development, policy development,
including business, economics, and or law.
Ngisayidigesta ukuthi asiyenzanga yaba into yama-elites. Honorable members, what are you saying? Honorable Sheriff, are you satisfied the way they've captured this one? Roman figure 2.
Yeah, Chair, for sure. I think the knowledge part, expertise and experience, does cover those maybe who are 18 years old. It doesn't necessarily limit it to academic or work experience. So I think that's good. You'll find that a lot of young people actually start activism from a younger age than just 18. And so therefore, knowledge, expertise, and experience will count to be beneficial for younger people than those, for example, in university or those that have graduated university. So in terms of Roman numeral number 2, I think it's good. I think it's okay. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Honorable Chair.
Masiko?
Yes, I think it's fine, Chairperson, but just on two issues. One, if we are saying, is it either one of those or all of them? Because I'm looking at issues of economics or law. And relevant qualifications, knowledge. It's something which is, Chairperson, for me, if you are looking at economics, is it specific to economics as a qualification, law as a qualification, or just general knowledge? Mr. Fanaha, can he just explain that?
Mr. Fanaha?
Okay, yeah. Through you, Chairperson, yes. So the intention here is just to give a broad framework of what any future committee should look at in terms of recruiting the board members. So ultimately, in practice, it will be the committee when they issue out the advert, which can say that, okay, we definitely want one board member to have a law degree, or we definitely want one board member to have an economics qualification. So the aim of the clause is to give a broad framework, but the advert, which the portfolio committee will take out, will sort of give the more specific parameters of what is it that they will look at when they do recruit the board members. Thank you.
Masiko, are you satisfied?
I'm satisfied, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Kawula?
Chair.
Okay. Ma'am
No,
Kawula?
no. Wache. Ngithi mina nami ngifaka isipikili lana kule ka 18-235.
Yeah.
Nale yama experience, because if ukhuluma nge-experience ngama-experience yiyo lento egcina siyenza iy'ngane noma abantu bengasakwazi ukuqasheka. Nami ngiyagcizelela, ngiya-insista ngithi leyo zinto sicela kube izinto zokugcina. And-ke bese ngizophinda ngijobelele, ukujobelela ngiyathanda ukujobelela, kuyangena ngena. Kubhekele nolokhu ukuthi iy'ngane zenza sure ziyangena ey'koleni, ayikho ingane ekuthiwa ingena esikoleni ngokuthi ayikwazanga ukubizwa. Nalezi iy'ngane ihlezi, ngiyabonga. Nalama ofisi esithiwa siwafuna emphakathini kubantu, asiwabone phela zonke into esixoxe ngazo lapho siyibone zenzeka. Nalento yama-sign language, njalo njalo. Ngiyabonga, Chair. Otherwise akunayo enye inkinga.
Okay. I think I have one that I think it's important that we put it, youth activism, just to accommodate those. You see, when you say relevant qualifications, relevant qualification sometimes can be interpreted as any person without qualifications will not be considered. Because they are young people who just have matric, but they haven't gone to universities, or some of them are university dropouts. And I think our argument was that we must not put NYDA, make NYDA as if it's an agency of the elites. So another person who reads this, again, it might not be us in this portfolio committee. It will be other people who will just read it as is and say, no, it says relevant qualifications, although it doesn't specify whether a diploma or a degree, but it says relevant qualifications. Once you say qualification, everybody will think academically that this person must have a diploma or what, and leave out a person who has a matric. So I think we need to include a youth activism, because other members last week were even saying there are young people who just have matric, but they are very smart. They are innovative, creative, and they are very, they can come up with things that will surprise even those who does have qualifications. That's my proposal, honorable members. Dr. Penis.
Thanks, Chairperson. I think I wanted to clarify what Honorable Masiko and what you just highlighted now. If you look at Roman figure number 2, it says have relevant qualifications, knowledge, expertise, or experience. The implication is that you must have either of those. You can either have qualifications, or you can have relevant knowledge, or you can have relevant expertise, or you can have relevant experience. What Honorable Masiko earlier said was to inquire if this means that you have to have all of this. The fact that we have got all here, it means you can have either of this. You can have qualification and not have knowledge, or you can have knowledge and not have expertise, or you can have expertise and not experience, or you can have a combination of 2 or 3. So this or, it explains that you can have either. And then if you go further at the end, it says, it lists different disciplines, but then it says all law. It also implies that you can either have social development, business, economics, or business management. So this all actually explains that it can be either of one of these qualities mentioned. And then finally, on the issue of youth activism, I'm not sure, Chairperson, if this is not covered on the issue of field of youth development, because it means that as an activist, you are involved in improving, the lives of young people. So you must either be involved or having experience in the field of youth development. Thank you.
Yeah, let me get Honorable Masiko Sharif. Honorable Sharif.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I think now that I'm reading it, Chair, I think and with the explanation that has been given by the good doctor, I have more of an understanding and am comfortable with that word "or," because it gives you options. It says a relevant qualification, knowledge, expertise, or experience in the field of youth development. And for me, Chairperson, in terms of youth development, in understanding it is coupled with youth activism. Yeah. Also, social development, because social development also speaks to issues of social mobilization of young people, which also includes activism of youth and that individual's involvement on issues of youth development at a community level. So I'm comfortable, Chairperson, with that or, because it does give you an option that you can either have qualifications and knowledge, or you can have experience in the field of youth development. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Okay. Honorable Sharif?
Yes. Sorry, yes, Chair. I agree. I think the experience in the field of youth development, social development, that is covering the activism
Youth
part.
activism,
Because remember, sometimes youth activism isn't only limited to economic development, but there's also skills-based development, there's interpersonal development, there's intrapersonal development. So I think the word youth development is broad enough that it covers all of it. However, now this then brings into my question, if you continue reading, it then says business, economics, public management, or law. When I read it, and Emmanuel, I think he said that when we do the the criteria for appointment will say at least one board member must have economics, must have law, must have this, must have that. When I read this clause, it doesn't say how many of each needs to happen. So let's say, for example, I have a qualification, I have an honors degree, I have the knowledge, I have the expertise, I have the experience in the field of youth development. I have policy development skills, and then I don't have economics, I don't have public management, I don't have law. So let's say 5 out of 6, 5 out of 7, 5 out of 8. It doesn't say, okay, you need to have at least X amount in order to qualify. But I think maybe the department will say, well, that will go into the advert when we apply, for these positions. So maybe just something for the department to think about, because when I read this, it says and or. So you can have 1, 2 or 1, 2, if that makes sense, Chair.
Yeah, the other part, it must go to the advert. There's no need for them to say 5 of these or whatever. But I think when we craft the advert, we look at all these aspects, and then it's the determination of the committee that when we craft the advert, we do speak about these things, and we don't penalize people because they don't have economics or they don't have a law degree or whatever. But we look at the composition of what do we want to see, and what skills do we want to the board to have, and that's how we write the advert, because this is like a guiding document on what we should be looking at when we craft the advert. And then at the end product, these are the things that are guiding also the panel, that there are these skills that must be considered in people that should be recommended to the president for appointment. So I think, yeah, maybe the way the way it's written, maybe it's correct. I'm covered with youth activism. I think I'm covered. When I read it again and again and again and again, and listening to the explanation by yourselves, then I'm covered. Okay, let's move to the next one.
Chair.
Mamsonti?
Chair.
Mamsonti Bopumil.
Yes, Chair. Sorry for that.
Okay.
I just kicked out. I don't know what, but it's raining fast here. Maybe it's a problem of network also.
Okay.
I just want to greet you, Chairperson, and the members of the committee, and the department, and the staff. Chairperson, my apology, as I said. I just want to put the input
okay.
in this, as we know that, Chairperson, the youth person, the young person has facing a high rate of unemployment. So although the others are finished their studies, others are still looking forward on their education. What I want to advise the Chair, maybe we can add the sports facilities can play a big role to them. as for the time being, that are struggling to get some jobs. I think we can put that that thing of the activities like e-sport facilities can help also. Thank you, Chairperson.
Oh, okay, manje njengoba besisabuka uclose number Roman number figure 2 besisabheka nje izinto esicabanga ukuthi singazifaka for ukuthi abantu okufanele bafakwe abantu abanjani. So we are saying okunye njenge sport into ze-sports, so angeke sikhona ukuzifaka la, but in terms of abantu ama-experiences wabo abantu abanawo uyabona mhlambe nayo leyo in terms of social development into ye-sports mhlambe it's covered there ngoba social development it doesn't mean social development with department. It means something else. Yabo mhlambe ke umuntu une-experience kulezi zinto lezo zebo-sports and so forth in terms of socialization and so in as a youth. So sithi mhlambe la covered ku-social development naku-youth development in terms of talent. Yabo mara ngeke sikhona ukuyibhala straight ngale ndlela oyibeka ngakhona because manje angithi senza umthetho kodwa bona mabeza kithi sibabizile for babhala ama-CVs wabo nezinto abanazo nezinto abazenzayo emphakathini wokudevelopa i-youth, umuntu angayibhala yonke leyo nto leyo ukuthi wenza ini in terms of contributing towards youth development. Athi-ke yena udevelopa i-youth ku-sports and so forth. So ingena ngento ezifana nalezo. So siyabonga i-input yakho. Siyaziconsidera into ey'fana nalezo.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah.
Chair.
Ma?
Yes, ngiyabonga. Uright ngempela honorable Sonke because uyabona manje funa sibheke nakuma-skills ngoba isikhathi esiningi yabona lelizwe i-youth yakithi igcine se-etshwaleni because ama-sports asele emuva kona kade ngibuka nalento ama-Springbok ukuthi bayathanda ukuya koyibukela kodwa manje ayikwazi ukusondela kubona. Okay, ngiyadlula lapho. Enye into engibona ufunaka wena Chair wami bayigcizelele angazi education ungahlangana kanjani ke xoxa ukuthi ke kubuyiselweni esikoleni ama-sports kubuyiselwe lento nje esikhule sizenza thina besithunga ey'koleni silima senza yonke into ukuze ukuthi ekugcineni i-youth yakithi ingalokhu yakhala ngento eyi-1 yokuqashwa nayo ifunde ukuba iqasha abantu sithole abalimi abazohamba bayoqeqesha lapha baphume bayoqeqesha. Kanti lele kona lo mnyango ukuthi awuke ulwe nomnyango ka-education. Khona lawe Chair ukuthi uhambe ngihlushwa i-network la ukuthi mabekhala khona ngama-funds sorry ngibuyisele emuva lana ebebekhala khona ngama-funds lana zenithi uvela khona ukuthi ufuna bahlale baxoxisane no-education. Even education nawo unenkinga uhlezi ukhala ngemali yena ibone la uthola ukuthi uney'kweletu sekuze kuvalwa ugesi kuvalwa amanzi sekufuneka athina as member of parliament in our constituency hambe sokuxoxisana nomasipala ukuthi okay i-department education ithi ayinawo imali yokuthi kukhokhelwe amanzi or kukhokhelwe ugesi iy'ngane ay'fundi. Siyacela Nkosi yami nibheke ukuthi ningenzani ukuze iy'ngane ziqhubeke nokufunda. Enye yenkinga ye-challenge leyo engazi ukuthi izolungiseka kanjani. Ingakho sometimes le minyango nathi before sithumele laba kuyona ke sixoxisane nabo ukuthi kwenzakalani eminyangweni yabo. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga kakhulu ma. You know, honorable members and Dr. Penis and Mr. Khanag, when we craft our advert as a panel or as a committee, there are many aspects that we look at besides what you just written here. And when we do our interviews, there are other aspects, things that we look at, like, for instance, innovation, whether the person has an ability on certain aspects, like about innovation, creativity, analysis. Those are the things that we assess in a person, and whether the person has participated in some organizations, which I said youth activism. And here, in terms of how you wrote it, you said youth development, policy development, and what about policy analysis? Because here there is something of research. They need to do research timeously, continuously. Human relations, you know, I think those are some of the things that we look at when we do assessment, when we do interviews. So I'm not sure whether this whole part, Roman figure 2, it does capture what I've just mentioned. Because I don't see innovation. I don't see creativity. Maybe slow. It's not my mother tongue. Human relations.
No, Chair. As English is my mother tongue, you make a lot of sense, and I understand what you're saying, Chair.
Okay. Yeah. So I think that these are basic things, and they are most important for taking the agency forward. So, mhlambe, about business economics, about public management, for me, it's things that are operational mostly. So for me, I'm not sure whether there is a need for them to be part of this part, Roman figure 2. But I think for me, there's no need for us to have them here. Because this goes to what young people were crying for in terms of experience. A young person who have never worked, where will that person understand the public management? I'm trying to think, man. You know, I'm reading this thing over and over again, trying to think. Public management. Why public management?
Chair, quick question is, does public management, is that like a course that you want to take, or does that mean that you have managerial skills? because that's not clear. When I read public management, I think of academics.
Yes. Oh no, oh no. For me, I don't think these ones, they fit in here.
Can you respond?
Yes, Mr. Khanaka. Karabo, we are next. Let's talk to this Roman figure 2. Comrade Stay, Honorable Stay, Roman, let's talk to Roman figure 2. Dr. Tembe, let's talk to Roman figure 2. Lebu, let's talk to Roman figure 2 in that order. Emmanuel?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I think maybe just in response, Chair. So I think Dr. Bernice has already spoken about the implications of using the words "or" in the text of the legislation, because it doesn't say that each and every person who is ultimately going to serve on the board once the legislation is in place has to have all of those things combined, right? I think the idea behind the legislation is that bringing together these different types of qualifications, together with the expertise, together with the knowledge, from the group in totality, by the way, from the 7 board members, will help the board to be able to deliver on its fiduciary responsibilities, but also to lead in the space of youth development as it is supposed to be doing. So I think that point is clarified in terms of it is not that every person must have these skills. However, in terms of why we chose this particular set of skills and qualifications and expertise or experience, it was because this is what young people themselves were saying. They are saying that a board of the National Youth Development Agency has to have a certain level of skills and knowledge and qualifications and experience in order for it to be able to deliver on its fiduciary responsibilities. So I think maybe where we can concede, for example, policy development is a whole value chain. Like the chair mentioned, the issue of analysis, etc., included within the word policy development, research, and other soft skills. Chair, I mean, the chair spoke about human relations. The chair also spoke about creativity as well as innovation. Those, we see them as soft skills which are necessary for any person who serves on a board or any organization of any nature to have. But we didn't think that we need to legislate for those. We need not legislate for innovation or legislate for creativity or even for human relations, because we know that the board is able, the portfolio committee is able to find ways of assessing those through the interview process, through other tests that the applicants may necessarily have to go through. So we don't think that we need to necessarily specify in the law the type of soft skills that the participants need to have, or the board members need to have. But in terms of this particular set of for example, the list of youth development, policy development, social development, business, economics, public management, or law, those are broadly the skills that even the young people themselves during the consultations were saying that these need to appear in the legislation to ensure that the board can have the right skills. It can also have the right type of knowledge to can deliver on its fiduciary responsibilities. But however, I want to propose that sorry, what I'm trying to say is, what I want to propose is that we do not have to delete the reference to these particular skills. But if we feel that they are too limiting, I'm proposing that we also add a sentence after the word law to say that, or any other, I don't know, qualification as may be determined by Parliament from time to time. So I propose that we consider that particular inclusion as a way of saying that maybe there are other qualifications which are necessary. Maybe there are other skills. Maybe there are other expertise that may be necessary in addition to these ones that we have here. So probably that can also accommodate any future adjustments that may be necessary. Thank you, Chair. I pause.
Okay. Next person. Karabo, you're next. Chairperson, where's your deputy chair?
Thank you, Chair. I'm trying to locate her. I think she probably fell off the platform. However, I am trying to call her just to ask her to log back into the meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Chairperson. Karabo said that she's on the platform. She's struggling with her mic, and she's just going to get it working now.
Oh, okay. Honorable Stay. Masibo.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Stay. I'm trying to call Honorable Stay.
Chair, are you able to hear me?
Yes. Is it Karabo?
Yes, it's Karabo, Chair. Apologies for that. My mic was giving me a problem. Thank you very much, Chair, and the honorable members for the opportunity. I just wanted to comment in this way, Chair, that I think Roman figure 2 for me has two parts. So the first one, which ends at youth development, would speak about having relevant qualifications, knowledge, expertise, or experience in the area of youth development. And I think for me that part is well captured, and I think speaks to the salient points that were raised around ensuring that young people who've got activist experience and not necessarily certification are given an opportunity to participate in the life of the NYDA. Perhaps what we may want to look into is the prescriptive nature of the second part that actually lists what could be deemed as qualifications. I think the chair correctly mentioned that we're building an agency of the future. We are going to be looking at artificial intelligence, you're going to be looking at digitization, and sometimes perhaps having a list that might look as if it's prescriptive may limit the agency, or rather Parliament, as and when it recruits young people to form part and parcel of the life of the agency. There was a mention of young people who are in the arts, young people who are in sports. As and when they read the legislation, it might not appear as if the NYDA board can be able to accommodate the type of skills that they might have. And perhaps maybe, and I think Mr. Khanaka did mention it, that we may want to consider adding a part that speaks about or any other relevant qualification as prescribed by the National Assembly at that point. But also perhaps consider clubbing the commercial subjects together. So instead of saying public management, economics, business management, you are able to then say broadly in the areas of commerce, finance, law, holistically, instead of having to necessarily name them one by one, because that, as the honorable members would have correctly put, might appear to young people who are not necessarily in areas that have been identified in the wording. They may be discouraged from actually applying because they might look at it as though the NYDA is only for either a person who's got a qualification in public management, economics, or law. So perhaps, Chair, my contribution would then rather be that perhaps let's look at how the qualification part of it is a bit too descriptive, and then just create a clause that speaks to qualifications that are relevant to youth development in general, as prescribed by the National Assembly at a time when perhaps the recruitment takes place. But I think the wording perhaps needs to be a bit more broader and more accommodative, and should not look as if it seeks to exclude other young people who might have qualifications of the future. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Karabo. Honorable State. Dr. Tembe.
Thanks, Chair and
Before
Honorable.
Dr. Tembe, Alexandra.
Thank you so much, Chair. I just want to add one point. And so greetings to all the members. When I was listening to the deliberations and reading through it again and again and again, one that did jump out to me is that one of the most important roles that a board member plays, from my experience of 2 years of doing this now, is we're dealing with a big budget. There's a lot of money that we are entrusted with, and we're having to decide as a board where this budget goes. And we have millions of young people depending on us to make these right decisions. And especially in a country like South Africa, we've got a very small tax base, and a lot of people that need that funding. So being able to have quite a good understanding of budgeting and finances, and knowing just like what to expect, having built a bit of experience and be able to make a good judgment call on how much things should cost. If we're spending X on a particular youth development project, or on outsourcing versus insourcing, or on hiring, or on just expenditure in general. We haven't really spoken about financial experience, budgeting experience, being able to make decisions on a lot of money to the benefit of the youth of South Africa. So I just would like us to actually just chat about that. What kind of, not necessarily have to have a finance degree or an MBA or PhD in economics, but some sort of experience in managing budgets, I think, would be critical. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandra. In fact, financial skills is one of the aspects that we look at when we do interviews, and I thought that business was covering it, but thanks for your input. Thanks, Alexandra. Dr. Tembe.
Thanks, Chair and honorable members. Basically, Roman figure 2, it's a very tricky situation, which I think the Chair has highlighted, because we have to look into inclusivity vis-a-vis the earliest kind of approach which may be advanced by the academics or the middle class here. Because basically some youth are goal-oriented and some have been successful in the academic world, but some have not been successful in the academic world. They are just artisans, or they are interested in other issues like art, sports, etc. So if now you look into the issue of qualifications, then you exclude those who are not in the academic world. So knowledge depends where you gain it. Expertise, you also speaking to somebody with a certain or specific expertise, then experience which might be inclusive in my own thinking. So basically, if we speak of a board, an effective board, and indeed even effective management, should be composed of people with different and complementary talents, where the board is presented with actually seemingly too competitive or similar skilled. For instance, if you look into the issue which I think Karabo was speaking, the issue of actually being prescriptive in the naming of the qualification, say perhaps it will be advantageous if you lump them together and not be specific or prescriptive, especially finance. If you speak in finance in the broad terms, then you speak of social science in the broader scheme of things. Then you speak of business management in the broader schemes of things, and social science, because public management or law, social development can be included under it. Can be there's, I don't know, there's another sound check coming from somewhere, so hence it causing a little bit of disturbance in my thinking. So in the end, I'll say a board which a large number of consensus seekers could benefit from a dissenter or vice versa. Like a board dominated by strategic thinkers may be strengthened by additional, often operational focused, goal-oriented individual. So in terms of Roman figure 2, which is critical for me, it's where we need to find a balance in the recruitment, not to be too prescriptive and don't give even too much laissez-faire in terms of capturing those who are likely to be board members. But we need to factor in that we are also modernizing the NYDA from its inception stage in terms of the legislative framework. So we need to find a balance in terms of streamlining this amendment, not to be too drastic. It should be gradually and have a long-term vision of the NYDA. That is my submission. Thanks, Chair. I pause.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tembe. Before I call in Dr. Penis, is there a person that I omitted in my list on how I noted you? CEO before Dr. Penis?
No, Chair, I'm in agreement with the submissions. Thank you.
Which agreement? Which submissions?
I think, Chair, the format put forward by Dr. Beneath is correct in saying that we need a broad range of skills, qualifications, experience, as well as, sorry, what was the other thing that was mentioned? Doesn't want to come to my mind now. But you don't want to make them and, because then you make it too difficult for you. Sorry, Dr. Tembe. So you make it too difficult. So I think when you refer to or, it makes it much easier. But I think maybe like the inclusion of a word like broad range of skills talks to then what the deputy chair was referring to is you reflect young people from different sectors of society who would have acquired through their activism, work experience, would have acquired those levels of skills across a number of sectors to qualify them to be in the board. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Dr. Penis? Masiko before Dr. Penis.
Yes, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chair.
What's your take regarding Honorable Sheriff with what Dr. Tembe was saying and Karabo and Alexandra?
Chairperson, I think I had indicated it before, and I truly strongly agree with the Deputy Chairperson. Yes, I wanted to call her by her surname, Miss Mohale Chairperson. I think with what she has indicated, Chairperson, I wouldn't agree with her more. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Masiko. Honorable Sharif?
Yes, Chair, I understand. And I am maybe speaking a little bit to Alex's point around the need and the necessity to have some sort of skills development to sit on the board. I do agree with it, but I just, Chair, I cannot allow myself to take away opportunities from young people just because they are young and they may not have these experiences. Oftentimes, like we said in the committee meeting, young people, we're ready to learn and we're ready to take on these skills. And sometimes maybe being part of a board, you bring different skill sets, but can learn from your other teammates. So I understand where they're all coming from. I hear it, but for me, I still believe we must give young people an opportunity, even if they don't have 5, 7, 10 years of experience. What they bring to the table might be different, and I think we need to appreciate that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I think, Dr. Penis, let me give you an opportunity.
Thanks, Chairperson. I think rather than maybe specifying all this range of qualification, I tend to agree with what Deputy Chair has mentioned, that maybe we need to be a bit broad. If for an example, we just mentioned that they should be qualified in social, economic, and legal sciences. Social science is very broad, so we don't necessarily have to be mentioning areas such as public management. And then if we said economics, it has already covered even business, for an example. We don't have to stipulate business and economics. So we can just broaden this to say social, economic, and legal sciences. And just to also to emphasize that the issue of other qualities or soft skills, as already mentioned by Mr. Khanaga, I think those we can specify, for an example, in our advert, to specify the nature of soft skills that we require, depending on the changing needs of young people at the time. For an example, issue of communication, well-versed in technology, for an example. If it is a critical area at the point, then we can mention in our advertisement, and there will be no need to actually specify this in the Act, because, in the Amendment Act, because it will be dictated by the needs of young people at that particular point in time. So those qualities we can leave at the discretion of the committee that will be responsible for interviewing the board members. And the issue of policy development, I was also covered by Mr. Kanaha, that although we mentioned policy development is the process, because if you look at the policy development as a process, it starts from needs identification, even until monitoring and evaluation at the end. So we just mentioned that, but it takes into account the entire value chain. So yeah, I think that's what I wanted to mention, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Penis, and thank you very much for all the inputs. So your team then, Dr. Penis, will coin it nicely, so that before the end of the meeting, we'll come back with the new capturing of this one and the other one that we said they must work on, so that we reread it again. You know, when you are chairing, you must listen. You read and read and read and read and read. That's why I come back with other things. You'll have to bear with me. And o tlositse document ya hao mo screening o e khutlisitse byanong. Thank you very much. Let's go to the next one.
All right, thank you, Chair. The next subsection, of course, then speaks to the issue of disqualification from the board, which is already allocated for in the Principal Act. But I think the Portfolio Committee had requested that we need to review, or they will seek legal opinion from parliamentary legal advisors on the provisions that are currently there. So I'll just read what we do have here now, to say that in addition to what is already contained in the Principal Act, under Section 10, which speaks about under A, an unrehabilitated insolvent, B, a person convicted of a crime or imprisoned without the option of a fine. We have added in the bill here, the red area, a person who is placed under curatorship. The Roman figure 2 here, which speaks about a person who is declared to be of an unsound mind, it's already provided for in the Principal Act, of course. It's just a change of wording. The Principal Act under 10D says has been declared by a court of law to be mentally ill or unfit. So I think this is an area which, of course, we can agree as to whether we stick with one or the other.
So, Mr. Khanako, with that one, if a person has been declared not by the courts of the Republic, but is declared by UK, what are you going to do?
Yeah, exactly. Because I would then say, in light of your comment, Chair, we will use what is contained in the Principal Act, because it's general. Yeah. A person who is declared by another court will still the same standard ultimately worldwide.
Yeah.
So I think the key issue will be on Roman figure 3, which is where the chair had said that they will seek a legal opinion in terms of a person who has been convicted of an offense and sentenced to imprisonment without the option of a fine for a period of not less than 12 months. So, yeah, I think, I don't know whether I should hand to you.
Yes, Chairperson?
Yes, any response regarding this one, Roman figure 3?
I think that was something from our minutes from last week, Chair, that the committee requested. I think it was both the State Law Advisor as well as Parliamentary Legal Advisor to provide the committee with opinion in that regard. That was definitely one of the issues the committee raised last year and wanted input on.
Okay. State Law Advisor.
Thank you, Chairperson. With regard to this, if memory serves me correctly, the comments received from the public was that we should make reference to Schedule 1 of the Criminal Procedure Act 1997. Let me start with the fact that even though the Act is numbered according to its year, Act number 51 of 1977, since then the Department of Justice, we've updated it to make it constitutionally sound with the process of amendment bills. So we cannot look at it as archaic legislation. It has been updated. In the Criminal Procedure Act, we have these schedules, and each schedule has a different class or different category or level of a criminal offense and how serious it is. An example with Schedule 1, we've got serious offenses like treason, sedition, public violence. Schedule 2 is more drug-related and possession of drugs. Schedule 5 and 6 are serious offenses. 6 is very serious offenses where it's premeditated murder and offenses like that. Now, the comment that was received from the public was that we should make mention of Schedule 1, which refers to serious offenses of murder, treason, sedition. Our proposal, if it's in line with the policy decision of the department and with the committee, Roman numeral 3 says, a person who has been convicted of an offense and sentenced to imprisonment without the option of a fine for a period of not less than 12 months. Being sentenced for not less than 12 months usually connotes that the offense was not serious. If the intention is to put in a serious offense, then it would have to read and it will capture everything in all the schedules without us having to mention the Criminal Procedure Act, because it's very laborious and these schedules might change. So it is better to do it in a very general term like this. So we can say a person who has been convicted of a serious offense and sentenced to imprisonment without the option of a fine for a period of more than 12 months. For a period rather than not less, sorry, is it Emmanuel that's doing this? For a period of more than 12 months or more than 24 months, depending on what's the policy decision from the department and together with the committee that has to, well, is the ultimate decision maker in this process. Thank you, Chairperson.
I think the other argument was that any a person who's been convicted of domestic violence or a rape or whatever. I think there was something that honorable members have put forward that day. It's only that I have forgotten about it. But there was something about a sexual related offenses. It's only that I can't remember now. Maybe honorable members can remind me. Well, Masiko? Okay, Masiko?
Yes, Chair. Chair, I think one wishes to just have a glimpse at, if we are saying that an offense that does not warrant you more than 12 months in jail, somebody you can be given 6 months in jail. What type of an offense is that? You know, what are a lesser type of offense and not ones which are serious? That's the first one. The argument, Chairperson, that we also had last week around this one particular subclause is that what if someone has been dismissed from work for sexual harassment? You know, maybe has been fined as well for an offense that is not really We know that you do have offenses which are not serious, such as offenses like a traffic fine, jumping a red robot, and all of that. But there are other offenses which are regarded as type of a lighter offenses. But when you look at the act itself that has been committed, you would question yourself that would you want an individual who has committed such an offense to be serving on the board? So, Chair, I don't know. Maybe we should also look at what we had written in one of the the council, because I think we did also deliberate on something similar, similar to this one. So those are some questions, Chairperson, that one would really like to know. But also, you know, if you are looking, because we as this committee regard an offense such as sexual harassment as a serious offense, even though it might not be classified as such in terms of law. But the act is itself, Chairperson, is something that we as this committee should, you know, be actually frowning against. So it's something, Chairperson, that I think we should explore further, because for me, whether you are sentenced to 12 months or more or not, it's the actual act that is committed that should be looked into. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I think with that one, Masiko, we're not compromising, because a person who must be appointed in the board is going to work with young people. So we don't want to find a board member who will be sleeping around with young girls, and then promising them that I will push for you to get a grant or whatsoever, NYDA, or I will assist you to get 1, 2, 3 in the NYDA. No, we don't want those things. So with us, anything that deals with a sexual assault or sexual harassment or domestic violence or whatever, where people are harassing young women, beating them, that they don't want to fall in love with them and so forth. Those things, we take them serious. We don't want such people. But so let's let Kashifa or Crystal look at what we said with regards to the GBV bill. And then I think that is what we are going to recommend with this one also. But with regards to the period of not less than 12 months, I'm not sure. Let me hear from other Honorable Opperman, Honorable Masondo, Honorable Mam Kawula, Mam Sonti.
Chairperson
Yes.
is Honorable Opperman.
Okay.
I concur and I understand the explanation that has been given around less than 12 months, then meaning that it wasn't a serious crime or offense that was committed. So I concur with that. Thank you.
Okay. Liz Naidu.
Thank you, Chairperson. Now that I fully understand what the committee is expecting, the committee does not want to exclude any offense, whether it's over 12 months, under 12 months. The way we can capture it, a proposal, is that we can say a person who has been convicted of an offense in terms of the Criminal Procedure Act of 1977, and it will be everything. It will be all the schedules. It'll be Schedule 1, sedition, treason. It'll be Schedule 2. It'll be Schedule 3. 3, 4. Schedule 5, I'm reading from my LexisNexis. It says treason, murder, attempted murder would be a grievous bodily harm. It also covers trafficking of persons. So all of those offenses, we can do it in an all-encompassing way where all the offenses listed in terms of the Criminal Procedure Act.
Yeah.
That also Schedule 5 also, sorry, Chair. It also includes rape or compelled rape.
Yeah.
So that is an option.
Yeah, because Ageri, what we said last week, we said the other thing that we do as the committee. Remember, we do screen people who apply, and it was found that some of them, they were said to have criminal records, but when it was investigated on what criminality it is, and then we found out that some of them, it was due to political activism and so forth. So those ones, we examined them. We said, no, this one we can put aside and continue with the person, because that one, it's not a criminal. It's not like a crime, a serious crime. Yeah, so let's put it how you have just said, Ms. Naidu.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah, so that at least we know what we are covered, because there's no way that this portfolio committee can just allow any person who rape our children or rape women out there and become a board member. Some of them, they rape young girls at the universities and then they come and apply to be board members of NYDA. It's a no-no to us. Masiko, your hand is still up? Or it's a legacy hand?
It's a legacy hand, Honorable Chair. Put it down. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Masondo, you are covered now.
I'm covered, Chair, now.
Yeah. I think being noted when no Operman no Mam Sonti or no Mam Kaul Boguban. Amoy begum notil.
You're covered.
Okay, ma. Yeah, bon. Okay. Okay, let's fix that one.
Chair.
Mam Sonti.
Mama, I can't hear nothing from your side.
Imvula.
Imvula ela andiyazi. Sisemanzini.
Yo.
Sisemanzini. And thunderstorms. Chair.
Nomungene emotweni kwenza same thing.
Kubi, Chair. I can't even go out.
Yo.
Kunzima kakhulu.
La eGauteng iyana imvula futhi kakhulu.
Yo, kunzima. Andikwazi andazi noma nithini, mfonela uNeliso nimtsheli.
Oh no, it's fine. It's okay, ma. Ngizazama ukuthi as and when ufuna uve your view ngikutshela ukuthi besithini.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
All right. Okay, let's rework on this one. Mr.
Chairperson.
Okay.
Sorry, Chairperson, it's Suan Isaac from Holland. I'm just having network connectivity, so I'm using my colleague's laptop. I just want to ask a question for clarity. The way the committee wants this particular clause to be captured as only relating to the Criminal Procedure Act, or do they want us to broaden the existing wording? Because the existing wording of the NYDA Act deals with offenses related to dishonesty, offenses related to violations of the Public Finance Management Act. So the current wording reflected on the screen does not include that, what is already captured in the Principal Act. So I just want to clarify whether they want us to extend, or because we may lose certain offenses if we only refer to the Criminal Procedure Act.
In fact, thank you very much. You have just reminded us that what is in the Principal Act, we still need it. The part that talks to dishonesty, person who violated the PFMA and so forth, those things we need them back, Mr. Kanako. I think we did talk about them. Honorable Sheriff, you remember, ne? I think those are the things that we said we still need them in the Act. We are not scrapping them. The person here, it's written Imoshukwa.
Yes, sure. Sorry, Chair, I'm using my colleague's computer. It is Suan Isaac.
No, those ones they must be in this Act, in this bill.
A noted, Chairperson. Thank you.
Yeah. The only part that we were working on is this one, the one that we wanted them to go and look at it, and so that it must be captured correct, because we were this thing of less than 12 months and so forth. I think that is one thing that we were disagreeing according to how it has been put. And we wanted an elaboration with regard to serious crimes and lesser crimes and so forth. I think those are the things that we wanted to get clarity on. We wanted yourselves to assist us, and the one of sexual offenses, because it was not there. So we felt strong that it needed to be put in, so that no person who's a rapist or have been found guilty in a private company for sexual harassment will just get into the board by mistake. So those were the things that we are concerned about as the Portfolio Committee. Mr. Khanako, I think lapho siyazwana.
Yes, Honorable Chairperson, I think we agree. The provisions in the Principal Act will remain. It's just a matter of us working with the legal officers from both Parliament and Oxley to expand on those, so that we can include all the other issues which might not be included in the Principal Act. We've taken the point.
Republic.
Yes.
Correct. Yeah.
Definitely.
So, are we highlighting yona la kule screen sakho?
Yes, Chair. So for me as well, the other thing on the very next, this clause here, I'm gonna ask that you allow me not to speak to it. I believe it will fall away. All disqualifications should not lapse. So if I'm disqualified from serving on the board because of a crime that I've committed, it doesn't mean that 5 years later I can come back and say that has lapsed. So I'm going to ask that you allow me to exclude this sentence.
Umuntu owaboshwa uzombuyiselana kuboard, Emmanuel. Akaphume nje vele ngoba uphazamisa ingane zethu. Uzozibhulisha mos. Sokayalazi ijwayele ukujwayela.
Siyavumelana, Chair. Okay, so I'm going to speak to what we've cancelled here is it was the reference to non-executive directors. I did say earlier, Chair. So I'll jump section. So we're also saying under subsection 6 that members may not be appointed or reappointed for more than 2 consecutive terms.
Yeah. Okay, even in the Principal Act it says that. What is it saying in the Principal Act?
It doesn't speak to. It just says that members hold offices for a period of 3 years, and then it ends there.
They specify la. Okay, it's fine.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
then this one.
I'm taking it from now on. I'm gonna go to each and every clause that is here, Chair, so that we can interrogate them. So the subsection B then speaks about what happens should the chairperson and deputy not be able to fulfill their responsibilities. And it says that the minister may appoint any member as contemplated in subsection 1, which means any of those other members, the 5 that are already appointed by the president, can then be nominated to serve as a chairperson and deputy chairperson for a specific period, not exceeding 6 months.
Yeah, we are agreeing with you.
And then the Principal Act was saying that the conditions of service are determined by the president in consultation with the Minister of Finance. So with this one, we are replacing the word president with minister as the executive authority responsible for the agency. So it is not the president who will determine the condition of service, but the minister in consultation with the Minister of Finance. This aligns with the overall.
Emmanuel, read that one.
So I think this clause, we must view it in the sense of saying that we are aligning the reporting arrangements for the agency, right? So the Principal Act was saying that the conditions of service are determined by the president. So now we are removing the word president and putting the word minister.
Okay.
But we are saying that the minister will determine the conditions of service in consultation with the Minister of Finance. So this is a standard clause, even in all the other Section 3A agencies, which we benchmarked on. South African National Space Agency, State IT Agency, and others. The minister, in consultation with the Minister of Finance, determines the conditions of service of the board, how much the board members can claim, and all of those things.
Okay.
If we can continue under subsection 11, then we speak about just a replacement, just a fixing of the wording. To say that members who are employed by an organ of state are not entitled to remuneration or any allowance, but must be reimbursed for out-of-pocket expenses by the agency. So we are changing the word board to agency, because the board itself doesn't have an allowance to pay back the out-of-pockets expenses that the board members may incur, but they will be claiming those from the agency itself. So it's just a correction of the language.
With this one, I think we dwelled on this one last week, if I'm not mistaken, where we said when they travel overseas, they must be reimbursed by the agents in terms of S&T, traveling expenses, hotel, whether they needed gifts to take with where they are going, if there will be an exchange of gifts, which is it's a norm and standard to all the departments, including us as portfolio committees. When we travel some overseas, there are gifts sometimes that are bought by the portfolio committee to where we're going, especially when we're doing study tours. So here, I think I'm not sure with NYTA whether they do take gifts. Is it because the chair and the deputy chair will be part of leading the delegation? So maybe there's no need for it. But in terms of traveling expenses, hotel accommodation, S&T, the agency needs to take care of that. I don't know whether it's this section that covers it or which section covers that. Emmanuel?
Honorable Chair.
Masiko?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Chair, I want to fully agree with you. One, I agree with the first part that members who are employed by an organ of state are not entitled to remuneration. Now, that one is very true, Chairperson, and I fully agree with that. But I do have a problem with the second now part of it, which says, or any allowance. I think it's the danger with that one, Chairperson, will then say that because it's true that you are saying that there are going to be some, for instance, you will have a situation where some board members are required to travel to Cape Town or out of the country. Probably next year we'd invite them to attend the CSW because we want to include somebody from the NYDA or even the study tours that the portfolio committee undertakes, where we would probably need representation from the NYDA. Now, if you are saying any allowance, it means that one individual who's working for the organ of state, the state is not going to fund that person. Ordinarily, when a person who works for an organ of state leaves the country, they will get a traveling allowance so that they're able to feed themselves outside the hours that probably you've booked them for in terms of bed and breakfast. So what then happens if you are closing out allowances with that one phrase that says, or any allowance, but must be reimbursed for out-of-pocket expenses? Now, the problem is that it means that if I'm traveling internationally, I must spend money and then I must come back and put in a form to claim, a claim form to claim back that money. What if I'm already living and I don't have my needs before my payday? How then would you be able to? I don't think it's correct, Chairperson. It must be corrected. We must not close off any allowances. If a person is traveling on behalf of the National Youth Development Agency, then they must get those traveling allowances, which every board member will be getting. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I think you're right, Honorable Masiko. We are in agreement with regarding to that. But is there any definition, out-of-pocket expenses in the definitions? Because to me, I don't think it's proper to put it here. Obviously, if maybe you go to a hotel, especially overseas, where sometimes they will need your credit card. It's fortunately, Tina, with us, we refuse to use our credit cards because we don't want to go and negotiate and fight for reinvestment by Parliament. So what Parliament does, they give us a contingency money so that when in cases of such where there is a need for the way the credit cards, or there's no meal, or there's any glitch that we encounter when we are traveling, then that contingency money will pay off or the expenses thereof. So here, entity pocket expenses, I don't understand it, whether there was any definition to explain this thing. But it's logic. In case you were deployed to go, you are staying in Gauteng and you are asked to go to Mpumalanga, obviously NYDA has to incur those costs. So if you mean those ones, those expenses, they are entitled because they are doing work on behalf of NYDA. There's no need for argument or to go and beg the CEO or whoever who must sign that one for as long as it's in line with your work. That one must be reimbursed. Or was there any problem, Emmanuel?
No, thank you, Chairperson and honorable members. So the we take the point that maybe we can go further in amending what was already in the Principal Act. Remember, 99% of the clause that is appearing now on the screen is what was already provided for in the original legislation. So we had not necessarily checked as to how that has affected the members, whether the part-time board members have struggled in any way because of this particular clause. So, but I think we take the point from the members to say that go further in amending this particular clause to speak about allowance, to remove the reference to any allowance, specifically as it relates to international travel or even some of the local travel. But I think maybe there might be value in also engaging with the NYDA at some point, even if it's in this meeting. And I'm not dictating to you, Chair, to say if in any way the board members themselves, the part-time board members, have been affected negatively by this, or if any issue might come up in terms of allowances if this were to go.
Okay.
Through you, Chair.
Okay, let me hear from you, Chairperson. Lebu, have you ever been affected by this? So that we correct it as we are presenting.
Hi, Chair. It's Lebu here. I've not traveled overseas with the board, so it's really difficult for me to relate.
Or locally?
Locally, yes, Chair, but I claim my travel expenses back from the agency.
Oh, okay. When I'm going to put a flu, you must go see the doctor, your voice. Label, you must go to the doctor.
Yes, Chair, well, thank you.
Okay. Chairperson? CEO? Any challenge with regard to this one?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I would advise that they take out the allowance part in line with what Honorable Masiko has said, because even if you are employed by an organ of state, you do need to be, for example, you will receive a subsistence allowance. You need to, in some cases, receive a cell phone or a data allowance. So I would say not entitled to remuneration, but I agree with Honorable Masiko. Let the allowance part come out. I think it's too punitive. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, I think the part that I did not see is the gadgets. On CO, I don't know what the Principal Act entails, but in terms of the cell phones, laptop, and whatever, what is the arrangement with regards to those ones?
Yes, Chair. I think perhaps maybe we need a clause that would indicate that the board should be provided with the requisite tools of trade in order for them to fulfill their fiduciary duties as board members. Maybe a clause like that could just add value in terms of us then providing to them the requisite tools of trade. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, yeah, because I was trying to read it and I don't see it. Okay, Mr.
Chair, are they currently being provided with the tools of trade, all of them? Or is it only limited to the two executives?
Chair, if I can come in?
Yes, CEO.
We do provide them tools of trade, but we provide it in terms, currently we do it in terms of the policies of the organization. So what they receive is governed by the ICT policies of the organization. Thank you.
Okay. There was somebody who was calling Chair, I don't know, but I heard a male voice.
Yeah, it's Emmanuel, Chair.
Eh?
It's Emmanuel, yeah, it's me.
Okay, Emmanuel?
Yes. Yeah, I was gonna differ slightly with the CEO on the proposal for an addition of clause which speaks to tools of trade, primarily because one, there is already an operational mechanism that ensures that they do have the tools of trade. But the primary reason is the clause just above the one that we are looking at, which speaks about the conditions of service for the minister. So, sorry, for the members. So that clause specifically says that these board members that are appointed have to have some level of, I don't know, allowance that speaks to what is it that they need to have to be able to deliver their services. What are they entitled to in terms of benefits? What are they entitled to in terms of other things? So already this clause, Chair, I believe, covers all the other issues that are operational around each of the board members that is appointed. So each letter that they will get of appointment will be speaking to all of those particular things as determined by the minister in consultation with the Minister of Finance.
Okay. Kodwa sometimes Minister of Finance nokuthi akho mali. Kodwa abantu they are expected to do their work. Yeah. So Emmanuel, we must find a better way with how are we going to capture it, because when you leave it hanging, sometimes it becomes problematic. Masiko, can you share for a few minutes?
No problem, Chair.
Should I continue, Chair?
Oops, sorry. Yes, you may continue, Mr. Khanach.
Thank you.
Excuse me for that.
Thank you. Okay, so we've noted the requests to remove the reference to any allowance there from the bill, and then the next subsection then speaks to the amendment of section 10 of the Act, and there's an addition there that speaks to the issue of a removal of a member, right? And then it includes here that any member who has not submitted their financial disclosure in the prescribed form and manner is also committing an offense which can be serious enough for them to be removed from the board. This wasn't there in the principal legislation, so I think it's just something that is aimed at adding a certain level of ethical assurance that all members must submit their financial disclosures as it happens in the public service all across for many employees.
Mr. Khanach,
Yes, Chair.
can you just clarify if someone has not submitted their financial disclosures, in what then happens to them? Are you saying that they could stand to be removed from the board for non-disclosure?
So of course there has to be a process, but it's a serious ethical lapse if members do not declare their interests and they don't declare whatever may be prescribed for them to be necessary to declare. Right. So I know in any institution, if a member does not declare or an employee does not declare, there is a process which has to be undertaken. So this clause then is aimed at adding to a list of reasons which can then land a member in trouble, including that person being removed from office. So, but of course, the process of how that is done something else, which will be spoken to in the next subclauses. Chair.
Can you just go up a bit? I just need to check something because up again. Section 20. Okay, not done, sorry. Okay, I'm going to go at it again. Are you saying when inserting this in the bill, we are saying that if a person does not disclose, because I do understand that there should be consequences for that one has to suffer if they do not disclose. For instance, in Parliament, failure to disclose, you will probably, there's a process, you need to give an explanation why you haven't disclosed at a particular time. If you still haven't disclosed and your reasons are not good enough, then you are liable to get some of your salary. In this case, in some instances, it's 2 days or 3 days of your salary being docked. Are you now saying that if we are inserting it here, the consequence for non-submission, if I'm reading it correctly, could be your removal from the board? Because for me, that's a sanction that could be passed if you have not disclosed. Is that what we're saying?
That is correct, Chair. So Section 10 deals with disqualification, removal from office, and resignation of members. And indeed, if this addition then passes and is added to the list of reasons why a person may not be appointed or continue to serve on the board, if he commits the listed crimes, including this one that would be added, it would mean that indeed the member can, as part of the consequences, then be removed from the board for not complying with this issue of financial disclosures. Chair.
Is that not too harsh? I don't know, honorable members, can we discuss this? Because for me, it could be, if you are saying it could lead or maybe not, but if at any point a member has not disclosed, it means that person can be easily removed from the board for non-disclosure. Now I'm just pondering, because if members of parliament themselves, they fail to disclose, it doesn't lead to their removal from parliament. It simply means that through the Committee on Ethics and Members' Interests, they could be charged for non-disclosure, yes. But the sentence for me is 1 or 2 or 3 days of their salary being docked. If the offense, if it is a repeated offense, because you do have repeated offenders of non-disclosure, then you probably have 30 days. But the most that you can, the harshest sentence is having your entire salary of a month being docked. So for me, non-disclosure, could it take us to a point where a member is just withdrawn for non-disclosure from the board? The reason why I'm also asking this is because you know that there are always dynamics, and I referred to this as well last week, in that you would have others, we've experienced in CGE serious internal fights amongst the commissioners, and one would, be easily removed. If we're saying that this one has not disclosed, then we start a process of removing them from the board. But honorable members, I wish that we could discuss whether a sanction of removal is not a harsh sentence, because once we put it in this in the bill itself, it means that it must be implemented if a person does not disclose.
Okay.
Mama Son.
I think it's going to be harsh if we are talking about the removal, but if we can put sanctions, maybe it's going to accommodate someone, because at times maybe there are valid reasons why she or him didn't disclose. Maybe there are some problems that was occurring that time, but by removing him or her, it's going to be harsh.
CEO, do you have a policy that speaks to disclosures?
Hope this makes a big yes, Chair, we do. So in the organization, in terms of our risk management policies, we have an annual declaration of interest whereby each person must disclose the additional remuneration that they receive outside of their employment, although that would be more focused on employees, any business interests that they have, any business that they may have conducted with the state. So we do, inside the organization, have an annual declaration process, and that process is also subject to audit by both internal audit and external audit. Thanks. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Sharif.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masiko. I understand what you're saying, and if we look at how it's done in Parliament, oftentimes if you don't submit your disclosures, not only do you get into trouble with your caucus, but you also get publicly shamed within Parliament, where you have to stand up and they publicly shame you. But it is written in the rules that if there is a consistent if you do not submit your claims, you can be taken to the ethics committee, and be disciplined. So as far as I understand that, yes, it's harsh. I think it's an important stopgap, because we also want to protect the NYDA and protect the integrity of the NYDA from any sort of financial misuse or not people having businesses with governments where they don't where they need to declare, and often people don't. So for me, yes, I agree, it is harsh, but I think it is necessary to disclose your financial interests. Trust me, we do it every year. And I keep submitting the same thing. So I feel very much not like a grown adult when I do my disclosures. But I think if we remove it, it puts the organization at risk. So I think if we were to relook at it, perhaps rewording would be a better option than removing it completely. Yeah, that's what I think. Honorable Masiko, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sharif. Maybe I think with me it's the wording as well, because we are saying that if a member has not submitted their financial disclosure in the prescribed form and manner, then that can lead them to them being withdrawn from the board, which then, if you're looking at it within what the CEO is saying in terms of policy, if you would look at such a sentence, it would mean that a member of the organization or an employee, if they have failed to disclose, it will ultimately mean that they're dismissed, from the NYDA itself. But I don't know, honorable members, I just wish that the chairperson would be back so that we would look at this.
I'm back.
Yeah, Chair, we're discussing paragraph A. They have inserted a clause that says that if a member has not submitted their financial disclosure in the prescribed form and manner, they could be withdrawn, or there could be a recommendation that they be withdrawn from the board. Now, I was making an example that in Parliament, through the Ethics Committee, which I'm part of, if you don't disclose, if a member fails to disclose, then they get 3 or 4 days worth of their salaries being docked. If that member again does not disclose the following year, it increases from, well, as Honorable Sharif had said, you get reprimanded in the House, 1, and then you get your salary docked of 1 or 2 days. If you are repeating that same act again the following disclosure year, then it increases to 2 weeks, between 2 weeks and 30 days. So the question is, Chair, is this not too harsh, in that if you haven't disclosed in a particular prescribed year or period, then you can, be dismissed from the board? It was a question, Chair, that we were engaging on.
I think coming to this one, we need to read it in line with the clause that speaks to dishonesty. because it's some kind of it has an element of being dishonest. And maybe what we should add, it's a penalty of some sort, but we must indicate, like you are saying, Masiko, in Parliament, if the member this year did not disclose, and it's for the first time that this member doesn't disclose a salary of 5 days or 4 days, it's been deducted from the salary of a member, and the following year, if the person does that, you see, there's a penalty of some sort. But honestly speaking, with this one, we must align it with the dishonestly clause, where we talk of disqualification of members and so forth. I think we need to read it in line with that. If we're serious about dealing with any form of misconduct, because it's a misconduct. I'm not sure how much I was going to agree with them, but I'm listening to yourselves when you say it's being harsh, but being harsh, sometimes it helps. But I'm sure I want to hear members who are saying, okay, let's insert something. It must be read with that clause that I just mentioned, and then put some penalty, because a person can't every year I got disclosed here, and we are here because we are afraid to say we'll be harsh to other people. No, it's wrong. Even if ethics it's wrong. That's why honorable members, they don't honor. You know, we need to introduce something that will make board members and honorable members responsible for their actions. Black with lemon, black coffee with lemon. Yeah. So just think of something. So if Niti Masondo is harsh, we're being harsh, they are being harsh. Let's introduce something and I say harsh, but give them an option of what are you saying. Yeah. But Mina, personally, I was going to agree with them. Think of something that they need to put, and people out there have been saying NYDA, there's corruption, there's what, there was a noise, you know, NYDA was under a perception of board members are corrupt, the CEO is what and what. So we need to find a way on how then do we address and remove that mentality of people thinking that in NYDA, there is corruption, there is what. You know, people have been saying a lot of things. Maybe if you can come up with something so that I can buy in what you are proposing, honorable members. Thank you, Masiko.
Chair, I agree with you, Chair. I think it's necessary to hold people accountable. And like I said before, Chair, we need to have a stopgap. And I think declaring your financial disclosure is very, very important to protect the integrity of the NYDA, Chair.
Yeah. Masando, Mamkaula, Masiko, thank you very much, Honorable Masiko.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Masondo, what are you saying?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, I just said when you were out, I was just saying the sanctions should be there, like the salary for 2 weeks penalty, so that the member just to not to say they must be removed from the board. But
Okay.
they are going to be in the board, but there are sanctions.
Oh, okay. Okay. There's a proposal from Honorable Masigo to say a member should be fined for 2 weeks. And how do we deal with that? CEO, if it said 2 weeks, 2 weeks for part-time board members, how will that work? How will it be calculated? Because remember, members, part-time members, especially those that are working for government, they lose nothing. Well, obviously, they're not paid. So the people who are going to be penalized there is the chair and the deputy chair.
Thanks, Chair. I think this one, perhaps we need to go back and just get some legal advice and look at how other entities are implementing. I mean, I fully agree with the committee that there needs to be a process of declaration. And should there be no declaration, that there needs to be some action. But I'm just concerned about, enforcing deductions of salaries and remuneration. I don't know if that's possible, and whether, I know, Parliament works by a different set of rules than what the executive does, yeah? And I'm just thinking, you may want a differential sort of approach where instead of deductions, there's a level of escalation to either the executive authority or to Parliament in the interest, in the way the non-declaration is ongoing, So if it's okay with you, Chair, between ourselves and the department, can we just go back and do some research and get some legal advice and come back to you on this one?
Yeah, and that can only be done I'm looking at our dates. Let's finalize it next week.
Yeah, we should be able to still get it this week, Chair. It's not a complicated.
Yeah, let's finalize it next week. So that even our state law advisors and our parliamentary legal person can also look at it. Because next week, if I'm not mistaken, we'll be dealing with clause by clause. Nelly, next week?
Yes, Chairperson, we're supposed to deal with clause by clause, but I see there are so many
A list and B list next week.
No, clause by clause, Chair.
Oh, clause by clause.
Yeah, but I see the department still needs to make some amendments, Chair. It's a lot of amendments. So I'm not sure if maybe by next week we have a further deliberations so that you can see all the changes that you have proposed as a committee.
Can we say department and the state law advisor and the legal person from Parliament, and the NYDA, can they deal with this one so that we don't delay?
Yes, Chair. We are already planning a meeting for after this session. So yeah, it's on the agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's continue. The others about ABC, we're fine with those ones. Again, we said look at the Principal Act and tell us which ones were replaced and which ones were just amended. Emmanuel, yeah, at number what now?
All right. So from this section, then you said the chair has just confirmed that in terms of the following subsections, we've not made any additional changes on the sections that we are now looking at from in terms of the bill that was tabled already. I think there's only one more section which we made amendments on. Actually, not at all. Majority of our amendments were under section 9 and some in section 10 and a few in the definitions under section 1. So from section 10, we have not been requested to make any further amendments to the bill that was tabled. So I'll just scroll down slowly in case there's any other issue. But from our side, we have not been requested to make any additional changes on the bill. From the public hearings.
Okay, now remember what we said in one of the meetings. In case a person resigns from office or dies, a person passed on. We said the president can appoint the next person on the list.
Yes, Chair. So that is exactly what this section speaks to. The subsection 6. It speaks about the reasons of why a vacancy may arise in the board are listed above, and the process for filling it is that when the vacancy arises, the minister may make a recommendation to the president on a nominee to fill the vacancy from the previous shortlist of the board candidates.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So that they form quorum.
That's correct.
Yeah. Any other amendments? There's none.
No, from the discussions, no, there have not been any other amendments that have been made on the bill.
No, it's fine. Emmanuel, highlighting it non-executive.
No, I'm highlighting it for removal because
okay.
it's for the interim board. So if the chairperson is executive, then any interim chairperson will then be executive as well. So we had neglected to amend this, so I'm highlighting it for correction on our side.
Okay. NYDA, any other matter that you want to raise here? If we have omitted. Asanda.
Thank you, Chairperson. No, I think there's nothing on our side. We're sufficiently covered. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much, honorable members. And Dr. Penis, thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah. Nelly, what is the next step?
We were supposed to adopt the Motion of Desirability report and the public inputs report, Chairperson, after we have agreed all the changes that are made by the committee.
So I would propose that we can do that by next week, Chairperson, once we see all the amendments that have been made today, and then we can adopt those two reports, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Manuel, no, we have inserted all those things as a public hearings. So, but Akiri, that's what we're doing. So, you mean in terms of procedure, what we've just
I was referring to the changes or the amendments that are made in today's meeting, Chair. But if the committee is happy with those, we can adopt the motion of desirability and the public inputs report, Chair. Then the department can just show members next week those changes, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable members, can I hear from you? What is your suggestion? Masiko, Honorable Sheriff, and Mam Kaula.
I'm sorry, Chair. I might have. I just had a phone call. So, what are we asking? Can you just clarify for me, please, Chair?
Okay. In terms of the program, today we're supposed, after deliberating on the bill, we're supposed to, and making all the changes, we're supposed to deal with whether the bill is desirable or not. And of course, Nelisa is saying we can do that next week. So I'm saying to Nelisa, but we have already done that. We have already made changes. The only what is left, it's that and by next week, when they present, it must capture everything that we have agreed upon today. So there's no need for us to wait for next week. We can continue with whether as the bill is desirable or not, and then we continue with the other process of the state law advisors and the legal team of Parliament and the department to go and finalize the other process of going through clause by clause and so forth. So that's what I want to hear from you, whether today we leave it like this and next week but it's gonna take time, because by next week they would have said the department as agreed, which they are going to sit together and look at the changes that we have done and go through all the clauses. They are present most in the meeting, and then so that they can be able to move to the next process of correcting each and everything, writing it clause by clause correctly according to their legal way and so forth, Nelly. So that's why we're discussing, Honorable Sheriff. Masiko?
Chair, I think part of the amendments in fact, most of the amendments that we were making were done as and when we were talking about them. So Chairperson 1 is comfortable with the amendments, but I think we would obviously receive the final copy, but most of them were being amended on the actual document now as we were talking about them. So I would agree with you, Honorable Chair, that really if we would say we were pushing it to next week, but we've already done it currently, it wouldn't make a difference, Chairperson. So I support that we move to what was next on the agenda, which is adopting the desirability of the actual bill in its state currently. So I'm supporting that proposal, Chairperson, that we do it now. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Masiko. Honorable Sheriff?
Chair, I see Honorable Opperman's hand is up.
Okay, Honorable Opperman.
Chairperson, thank you. Might I suggest that we wait for next week because the final copy will only be out next week after our deliberations to date. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Mam Kaula. Okay, honorable members, let's do it next week. It's okay. Please go make all those changes that you have made today, so that next week when you present it with all the changes that you have made today, and including the issue of board members, whether because of non-declaration of their interests, they must be removed with immediate effect, or you introduce penalties. Let's see next week. What was you can circulate whatever decision you have made, your proposal, to us, so that at least by next week Tuesday we know as honorable members what was your proposal. We'll have inputs, and by next week Tuesday, but just write what what is your proposal for next week meeting. Emmanuel?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think, like I said, from our side, it is our intention to meet this afternoon. Like Honorable Masiko has already said, some of the changes we've been making even as the meeting has been going on. So it is our intention to bring back a refined version as early as tomorrow. So we hope that will assist the process in some way, but we want to accelerate our resubmission.
Okay, so we can have, is there a sitting Friday? There's no sitting Friday.
There are mini plenaries, I think, Friday.
Yes, we have mini plenaries.
There are mini plenaries?
Yes.
Because we can sit just for this one item, whether the bill is desirable or not.
There are mini plenaries. I think they're starting at 10. We could start an hour before at 9.
At 9, we can start at 9 and just have this item, and then we're done. So by Friday you'll be done, ne? Emmanuel. After today's meeting you'll be done, so that Friday we have this meeting visually, and then we're done.
Yes, yeah, we'll push it so that at the latest Thursday you have the document.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Emmanuel. Nelly, what was the next item? Because already this one we are postponing it for Friday. We're deferring it for Friday.
It was the 2 sets of minutes, Chair.
Oh, let me close this item. Thank you very much, honorable members. The department, our state law advisors, and our legal team from Parliament, our board members. Thank you, Chair, your Deputy Chair and CEO, and all board members. Lebu, thank you. And Alexandra, thank you very much. And I think I saw any other member here in your board? Pearl? Why, Pearl, did you hide yourself? Pearl? So kusho ukuthi bheka ngekho meeting inologe ini nje waqhubeka nento zakhe. Simthatha ukuthi bheka absent. Thank you very much, Dr. Tembe. And Walter.
And the DJ.
DJ? DJ, sorry,
yeah, I'm just kidding.
Thank you very much. Our communications office, thank you, siyabonga kakhulu. Yeah, our researchers, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Have a wonderful afternoon. It's raining here in Gauteng.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, see you on Friday,
next
9
week.
o'clock sharp.
Okay.
This week,
Okay,
this
thanks.
week and next week. This
Yes,
week,
this Friday,
Monday.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Ningaphuma ke siqhubeke thina adopt ama minutes wethu. Nelly qala faka ama minutes imaphi?
Can Emmanuel remove the document so that I can share? It's the minutes of the 20th. When we're adopting our pre.
Oh, okay. Awuyise phezulu khona ngizokwazi ukubona kahle kancane. Ngifuna ukubona amagama lawa abhalile.
Okay.
Uparman bengekho.
Yes, Chair, I think MSN.
Going committee, ne?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Chair, my
Okay.
hand is up.
Masiko?
Yes, Chair. I think 2 weeks back when we were adopting the set of minutes, we raised the fact, Chairperson, that AMA meetings are composed by different parties. You would have parliament, yes. You'd also have parliamentary officials. But invited to our meetings will be the NYDA and also the ministry. So we agreed, Chairperson, that if they have apologized in terms of officially in a meeting, then it must reflect that, Chairperson, they apologized from the meetings and their apologies have to be captured. I still see that in this set of minutes yet again, the apologies from the probably also the NYDA, because they're also part of the meetings, and also the department.
This one, they were present. Angithi lena ile fourth quarter report.
Then it must be captured, Chair, that they were present. Whoever is present, because here we are talking about attendance.
Yeah.
So we don't know who from the department was present in this meeting. One day we'll have to discuss, but we wouldn't know who was representing Gonje, the department, in that meeting. It's minutes, Chairperson. If we are talking about attendance, we must know who was present.
Okay.
Check
Yes.
come in.
Yes.
No, this the Friday 20th October minutes, Chair, where it was committee. It was only committee that was deliberating on the two reports, Chair. Department and the NYDA were not invited. Remember, we're dealing with the remuneration, which was we needed a committee decision on this one, and also the adoption of the committee report on the budgetary review recommendation report. So the department and the department and the NYD were not part of this meeting, Chair. That's why they are not reflected here. It was only committee members.
Okay, thank you, Nedi, for that.
Ngiyakhumbula le ekhuluma nge-remuneration of CGE bokuyithi sodwa le. Mara na i-budgetary review ye awuyise phansi. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Can I get a mover for the adoption of these minutes and any correction if there's any? When I say researchers, I mean all of you, including Kashifa, ne? Masiko?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I wish to move for the adoption of the minutes as a true reflection of what transpired in the meeting of the 20th of October 2023. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Masiko. Honorable Kaula?
Sorry, Honorable Carol is saying that I think I'm not sure.
Speaker pressa i-mic, ne?
Yes.
Yeah, ngiyakhumbula ukuthi nimbhalele. Any other member, Mamsonti? Ngoba bowukhona meeting adopta lama minutes.
Chairperson?
Hello, Honorable Sheriff.
Under number 4, the DA reserved the right to adopt the report. It's captured correctly. I'm not sure if we're moving to second or approve or if we're still waiting.
To second.
Maybe I'm jumping. Maybe I'm jumping. I'm jumping the gun here, Chair.
Thanks. Yeah, to second.
Okay, I moved to second the report. Thanks, the minutes of the meeting, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Sheriff. Okay, the minutes of the 20th October have been duly adopted. Let's get the next set of minutes.
Let's check. I'm checking the minutes of the 24th of October. Chair. I'll send them now. I'll share them now. Oh, yeah.
Kashifa?
Yes, Chair.
Can't you assist? Don't you have those minutes and put them? Yeah?
I've got them. The system is very slow. This were when we had a public hearings check.
Oh, my public hearings, okay.
Apologies, my system. It's very slow.
Oh, yeah, phezulu ngifuna ukubona le kuma members. Oh, Masiko beyangekho beyase overseas.
Bengekho overseas.
Okay. Gijima kakhulu.
Sorry.
Safuna ukubona ukuthi abanye ba-capture right now. Mamhlengwa Thimbo.
Mamhlenge.
Angimboni, awuye phezulu.
Yeah. No, she's not here. Let me check what happened.
Ilesikhathi attend ama-public hearings we-NHI.
Yes, I think I don't remember receiving apology.
Azange apology.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get a mover for the adoption of these minutes. Yeah, phezulu.
You're sorry.
Meaning pants. Uphangisile ngifuna ukubona ukuthi ba capture right.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, ima lapha. Okay. Yeah, phezulu ke. Ngifuna ukubona i-department ukuthi babhale right now. Okay. I hope awujampa ngamuntu. Yeah, uDJ wayengekho.
No, sir. Bangekho.
Yeah. No, okay, it's fine. But ke labo kufanele bafake khona ama apologies. That's what Masiko was saying. Kucela ukuthi sibhale ukuthi ubani nobani bebe apologize. Labo benga apologize anga ke bona awuzubhala, but those that apologize, you need to put them in. Okay. All right. Let's get a mover for the adoption of these minutes with the amendments, with the correction. Masondo.
Thank you, Chairperson. I move that we adopt the minutes as true reflection and the amendment with true reflection not transpired in the last meeting.
Okay. Let's get the second now. Mam Sonti, I wonder Shemu, yes. Let's get a second now. No care, I wonder what 2 years on.
Chair, my hand is up. Honorable Opperman, I second.
Yeah, you were part of the meeting. Yeah, thank you, Honorable Opperman, for the secondment of the minutes. The minutes of the 24th October 2023 have been duly adopted. Let's get the next set of minutes, Nelly. We'll discuss it tomorrow. Nelly. Nelly? Nelly Swan, what's going on?
This laptop, it's slow. Yeah,
okay,
sure.
Let me close the meeting so that honorable members can go it, and then we'll finalize them next week or Friday.
Okay.
Friday.
Yes,
ready
sir.
Friday?
Yeah.
How many sets of minutes?
It will be 31st and 3rd of November, 31st October and 3rd November.
Okay.
Just 2. Yes.
Of November?
3rd. We're the meeting on Friday.
Oh, yes. Okay. Okay, thank you very much, honorable members, for your participation, and thank you that you are adding value in all the inputs that you are making. Without you, we wouldn't have gone this far with this bill of NYDA. Thank you very much. God bless. Have a wonderful afternoon. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Have a lovely afternoon as well.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Kosana yini lento emnyama efakela?